Huh? Why can't it hear me? Oh, it can. It's just being weird and not showing it half the time. Is that the Quizmaster? No, it's Miles. It's the fucking other one, the one that has one question, not fucking 5. Hi Nay, how are you? How's the audio sound at the moment? For both the game and me. Wait, what? That's where it loops? Wait a second. That's where this song fucking ends? That's fucking weird. OSRS has some fucking good songs, but they do not loop well. Most of them. No, I don't want to listen to Dynasty. Dynasty's not that good. I mean, it is, but it's quiet as fuck. Yeah, right now I'm gonna be I'm grinding out to 75, and then I'm gonna go back to the pyramid so that I can't fail it anymore. Ivan? No. Horizon. Horizon's always a good song. Anyway, yeah. I'm gonna be grinding to 75, then going back to the pyramid. I'm hoping that I can get full graceful before I go back to the pyramid. Because if I can get full graceful, then you know what I can do? I can wear a graceful helm, a cape, the gloves. Yeah, I think that's it. And that's a decent bit of the graceful set. I'll be in the negative weight range. Because I won't need food, I'll just need the water, which should push me up to about 1, just barely in the positive weight range. Even with half an inventory full of food. I'm also going to need to go do the feud so that I get access to a shop that sells nature runes. Because I want to high alch this crystal bow. And if I can get the zombie mask, that's another 4 inventory slots back that I can use. And then what I'm going to do after is grind construction. Construction's going to be the main thing I grind after I finish grinding money for bonds. Right now we're still in prep phase, I guess, because I've got, what, 10 days left of bond, and, well, in 10 days I can, you know, go and do a bunch of shit. I only need 40 hours to go do the pyramid to earn a bond. And that's with me doing the pyramid as slow as possible. The whole time. Plus, we're not even going to need that much because I can alch this crystal bow for almost 200k. Thank you for the follow, Junie. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do to get all the PvP shit. Because there's a bunch of PvP minigames, aren't there? And are there collection logs behind them? Because that's gonna suck. Okay, the real question is this. Do deaths in a PvP game count toward your deaths? Like, if you had a death counter in the game, like if you're playing hardcore, would it end your hardcore if you died in a PvP minigame? Yeah, but then by that same logic, dying to King Black Dragon or Obor shouldn't count. King Black Dragon is in an instance, and so is Obor. King Black Dragon you go to in the wilderness, but his instance isn't in the wilderness. Right now I can afford to be as loud as possible. I can afford to make any noise that I fucking want. Do whatever the fuck I want. I'm the only one home. It's great. Da, da, da. Ah, thank you for the follow, Dark Crab. God, that's loud. I need to turn that fucking thing down. We have quite a few marks of grace. I've almost got enough for a full set. Almost. We're getting there. We need 260, we're at 213, and 214 is right up there. I need a herb. That's a members only thing, isn't it? Fair enough, have this spare potion. I just got a strength 2 potion for no reason. That's cool. 2 uses of a strength potion. I know that the 2 isn't like denoting strength. I know that it's actually like denoting how many uses are in the potion. Da, da, da. Fuck. Da, da, da. Da, 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 da. It's gonna take 6 hours of basically constantly doing agility. Da, 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 da. Oh. Da, 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 da. I seemingly look like I'm dressed like a seer. Like they're wearing the same fucking clothes as me. My character's just wearing a crop top for some fucking reason. Hey, there's nothing wrong with having your belly exposed when you're wearing fucking armor. Oh yeah, let's wear some fucking plate armor. Don't mind me showing my entire fucking gut. Like, no matter what armor you wear, it's like fucking always a crop top on a female model. I don't know if it's always, but a lot of the fucking clothing is fucking just crop tops. My green D-hide was a fucking crop top. Like, all it takes, and if you're wearing that shit as your armor, is for something to just stab you right in the gut and you're dead. Da, da, da. But I think the only game that has any kind of systems for that are really in-depth fucking RPGs, D&D style RPGs, and fucking Fallout 1 and 2. I can think of one, but I can't remember the name, that has a system for shit like that. It's a heavily based around having complete gravity physics for everything. You can fucking pick up a chair and use it as your helmet if you fucking want. It's a fucking weird game, but it seems really cool. I'd love to get into it, but I believe that I need to get to like a total of 688 laps in Camelot, Sears Village. I don't see why Sears Village is called Camelot. Like, why is this the Camelot? Camelot Castle. Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me. This is Camelot Castle, yet this entire village has the Camelot teleport. Weird as hell. Why is it not? I clicked on the thing. Fuck. I guess I clicked a tiny bit too early. Hi Gnome, how are you? I just woke up. I believe that the most that you can do at Sears Village rooftop course is 70. It's the most I've gotten my laps per hour up to. So right now they're pretty low. They're typically sitting around like 54 to 56. They're pretty high for me not paying attention to what the fuck I'm doing. Either way, it's gonna take me 6+ hours to get to 70 agility. Ooh, what's this one? I don't think I've heard this one. Sears Village has equal to Canifis for the number of marks per hour, but it has the second highest XP per hour rate. The only one with higher is Artagine, which unlocks at level 90. If you perfectly do the Sears Village course for an hour straight, you're getting almost 60k XP an hour, I believe it said. Let me triple check real quick. Okay, so Sears Village has, it's not the most. You can get 16 to 19 marks per hour. 16 is Canifis can also get, but the only one that's higher than 16 other than Sears is the Aubergine rooftop course. It just means that you still have plenty of the game to go. I mean, you're probably, what, like 0.2% of the way to fucking 200 million XP? Like, 2 million XP is not really a reasonable goal, but, like, it's a goal, eventually. You got a Charmander? I wish that we got to choose our fucking starters. I would have chosen Bulbasaur, but I got a fucking Torchic. Anyway, the XP per lap at Sears Village is 570. The XP per lap at Polvanich, which unlocks its level 70, is 890, and Roleka is 780, while Aubergine is 793. But Sears Village, if you do perfect laps for an hour, you earn 58,900 XP an hour. I assume that what I'm doing is close to perfect. At least when I'm running. I can't run the whole thing. I don't have it. Anyway, Roleka only gets 55,000, Polvanich only gets 52,300. And Aubergine, the only one that beats it out for XP an hour and Marks of Grace, is at level 90, and you earn 62,600 XP per hour. Polvanich is not worth doing. It takes almost twice the time that it takes to do Sears Village. Got it. Oh, I have to use Camelot Teleport every time too, so I'm not getting 58,000. I'm probably getting around 53,000, 52,000 XP an hour. XP an hour, 36,000.2k. That shouldn't be right. I should be getting well more than that. I should be getting at least 46,200. My total XP is 5.36 mil. 5,364,918. Yeah, what I'm hoping to do is I'm hoping that I can get my full Graceful real quick. And then, because at 75 I'm doing Agility Pyramid, because I shouldn't be able to fail it anymore. I'm hoping that with my half Graceful on, because I'm going to be wearing helmet, hands, and cape, right? I'm hoping with that, at level 75, I'll have practically infinite stamina on the pyramid, hopefully. I want to get the white Graceful, but to get that I'm gonna need to do some work. It's gonna take a while. For me to get the white Graceful, I need to get another 90 of the Marks of Grace, and then I need to get 100% in all favors. Why did you walk behind the wall? I clicked on the wall. What? That's weird. I would kind of prefer to get the concept art of the Graceful, but that doesn't exist. The closest one is probably the Trailblazer Graceful. The quest speedrunning one is pretty nice too. Let's go looky here real quick. Inventory, gems, create a pack, old school RuneScape, make a pack, unpack. Now what do I get? Corporeal Beast, Zola Tanzanite, Verzik Vitor. Damn. I'm still missing a few. Oh, but I have a Cerberus now. I need an Abyssal Sire and a Caliphite Queen. Do I have more than 5 for any of these yet? No, I do not. Okay. Oh, yay. One of the people that just followed. It was a bot. Yay. That's fun. Clear history for channel history. That'll get rid of the Twitch chat history from in-game. I have a question for you, Gnome. Do you know if you get smithing XP for making arrowheads? No, I didn't play much last night. I got the 66 agility and then pretty much stopped there. Maybe I should go make a bunch of steel arrowheads for the smithing XP, and then use all the steel arrowheads to get fletching XP. Actually, I think I'd have to make bronze first, wouldn't I? I don't know when I unlock steel arrows. Let's look. I'll look after I'm on my way back to the start. Okay. This, and then fletching. I can make bronze arrows, bronze darts, and opal bolts. I need to get smithing level 15 to make iron, and 30 to make steel. That's awful. But I'm gonna need to train up fletching to like 90. Alright, so my plan for my ranged gear was heavy ballista with dragon javelins, and I was gonna make my dragon javelins. But to make dragon javelins, you need to have like 90 fletching. So it's gonna be a bitch. Like, they're all the way at the bottom. Dragon javelin, 92 smithing, fletching. I know, but at the moment, that can wait. The plan currently is for me to train agility, do agility pyramid to get more bond, and then after I get enough bonds that I'm happy with, I'm going to go and do thieving to 50 so that I can do Morning's End 1 and 2. And then after the Morning's End 1 and 2, I will be doing construction to at least 60. Why construction to at least 60? I need storage. I want the infinite storages for the costume room in the house. The issue with that is, well, they require like 99. One of them requires 95, I believe. That's just, no, that's forever away. So getting at least basic storages will be great. Oh, and I'm out of stamina too. Fuck. So yeah, that's the current plan. Train agility, do the pyramid, go train thieving, do Morning's End 1 and 2, and then do construction. After construction, all I need to do is make sure that my bonds are stocked up on, and then I can do whatever I want. Which will probably be a bit of Slayer mixed with some questing and rune crafting. Everyone always suggests to me to do mahogany homes, and I still have no clue how the fuck you even start doing that. I don't know if you need like construction 20 or 30 or 40 or any level to start doing that shit. But I do know one thing. You can go into your house and place down like the same piece of furniture again and again and again and again and again and again for XP. Unless that was removed. But I think that Expensive said that that's still a thing. So yeah, you could go build a chair in your fucking house for XP if you wanted. And you could probably do it all the way to 99 if you really wanted. Because I think you get the materials back when you remove it. Every time that there's been a cool Pokemon appear, I've tried to catch it, and I've failed like almost every fucking time. Let me go check my fucking my fucking party. How all the Pokemon that I have. I'm pretty sure that I don't have a lot. I have 13 Pokemon. I have a Farfetch'd, a Haunter, a Mareep, a Porygon 2, a Pupitar, a Torchic, a Lopunny, a Bronzor, an Archon, a Zorua, a Vivillon, a Grubbin, and a Comfey. The only ones that I have actually wanted to catch was the Pupitar, the Lopunny, the Zorua, and the Porygon and Haunter. That's it. The rest were me just catching Pokemon to catch them, right? I've tried to catch Garchomps and fucking Haxorus. I've tried to catch a bunch of shit. And it always fucking fails. And it's annoying as fuck. I want to get a fucking Bulbasaur. I'm gonna be very upset if a Bulbasaur fucking appears and I don't catch it. How do you get the gnome? Since you were just looking at it, do you know how you get the quest version of the graceful outfit? I didn't even realize that I was. Oh. I need to do like another 340 laps. Cause that one in the Trailblazer, I saw the things that you need to trade in to get them, but I'm like, what the fuck are those? I don't exactly know what those things are. A guard. So you'll earn around 20,000 more XP an hour if you can use the Camelot teleport as soon as you finish the race and do perfect laps like this. Anyway, there's currently a poll about adding a new quest that will bring 4 bosses with it and an entire new spellbook. Oh, and something about being able to restrict your character's skills. I voted yes to everything because it all sounds cool. Why not? Why not be able to restrict your skills? And why not have more quests? More content? More bosses means more bosses to kill. There's 9 different quests you can speed run and 4 medals to earn for each: bronze, silver, gold, and platinum. The Adventurer's Graceful Set costs 1,800 points. You get 10 points for bronze, 30 for silver, 80 for gold, 200 for platinum. Hi, Expensive, how are you? They should add speedrunning the entire Elf Quest line. Everything from Plague City up to Song of Elves. That'd be funny. Seeing people fucking try to speedrun it. Because those quests take fucking ages. To be honest, I think that you should be able to speedrun all of the quests. Especially all the quests that have combat. Why is there a clothes shop on this fucking island? In fact, why is there an island up there? That's weird. I could see people trying to speedrun doing achievement diaries too. Some of the achievement diaries are pretty easy. The only one that I think is hard is the wilderness. Did you buy the max cape on that island? You do? Can't wait to go there like 1,000 times. I mean, you probably can, it's just not rewarded in game. Da, 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 da. The only reason why speedrunning the wilderness achievement diary would be hard, one is PKing. Two is my idea of speedrunning is speedrunning the quests from player creation, character creation, right? So you'd have to grind up the skills to do the master or elite diary. There's no master yet. And then you'd have to go do all that, which requires you to go basically throughout the entirety of the fucking wilderness. And then you have to actually come across someone and not die to cast a god spell. Unless you're getting a friend to come and just tank a hit for you at the mage arena. But like, it's a lot of work. You have to go throughout the entirety of the wilderness. Blindfolded underground pass. Expensive. I'll give you a tier 3 sub if you can get the world record for that category. I'll give you a tier 3 sub for the next fucking 6 months. That seems stupid. Do it on a hardcore Iron Man. Gnome, have you ever seen some of the Hollow Knight speedruns? Someone made a task of Zero Geo Hollow Knight 100% with Hollow Knight True Ending, but they had Gathering Swarm on, which attracts all Geo to you. And there's a task of that, and it's fucking insane. It's literally impossible for a human to do because, like, it's pixel perfect at almost every point. There's a speedrun for most any game. There's a speed run for oh yeah, the world record holder for the 0 Geo any percent has a reaction video to it, and the guy that actually made the task also has a commentary on it. No, I have a question for you. Expensive's already made their opinion clear on this, but if I were to eventually get a D&D style text-based RPG bot made for stream, would you like that? Basically, you make your character and then you get to have a text-based journey in chat with that character. And then under the stream in like an extension, you can see your character's stats, the status effects currently afflicting them, and like their inventory and all that shit. Because I want something like that. However, it sounds like a bitch and a half to make. Yeah, that's practically the same answer Expensive gave. 30 more. Okay, I'm gonna go get a link to a video and post it in chat. I'm trying to find it. Here it is. No, I've not seen any of the task videos, but I know what game you're talking about. I'm about to send you a video in chat. This is what made me want to get something like this, like what I was saying. That video there. That video right there is a video of another streamer's. Basically, they had a D&D style campaign going, but their chat was playing the characters and got to choose all the shit, and the entire thing was made by AI. The adventure and the artwork in it. I don't really have an idea for if there would be the artwork part of that in the bot if I were to get it made, because I'd have to get it made by someone that actually knows what the fuck they're doing. But if I could, I'd probably get like a portrait made from AI art that you get to choose from based on whatever you prompt your character to be, like their race and a basic description of them. Of their race, their name, and a basic description. It'd be pretty cool. For anyone on the YouTube side, that's a link to Charborg's 1000 whatever. He made 1,000 people play a fucking AI generated D&D campaign. It's a pretty good video. Far better than the content that's actually on my channel. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, I'm only 3 laps from leveling up? What? When did that happen? Last time I looked at my XP, I was at 60% to 67. Okay. Wow, this jump's literally it. A 100 laps to level 68. Fucking disgusting. I clicked on the fucking square. Go. God damn. $70. I need to do 332 more laps. This melody's good. How do I check? "9 days left? I only need 40 hours. It takes 37.5 hours going as slow as possible. Which is less than 2 days. So, I can easily train up to 75 agility. Fucking Ammonite. I'm not gonna fucking catch it. What's gonna happen is I'm gonna do Poke Catch, and it's not gonna have me catch it. I have like a 90% chance of not catching something. Oh my god, it's gonna take an hour and a half to fucking do this 100 laps. I am grinding, you bitch. Expensive, I have a task for you. Expensive. Reach 75 wood cutting by tomorrow. Do it. You won't? You're so close. You're only 3 levels away. Why can't you? Do both. Bitch. Do both at the same time. Steal wood to get woodcutting XP. Simple, just steal from the woodcutting tutor in Lumbridge. You're just upset because I'm gonna pass you in agility. Oh, look at that shitty ass agility. 74, not even 75. Not even a nice, clean 75. You're only an hour of fucking grinding agility away. You're literally an hour away from 75. Go for 99 Herblore. Go get 99 Herblore. You filthy cunt. You're only at 76. You need 99. Look at your only 99. You're not even at 100. You're not even at 100 fire making. Wow. Wow, look at this loser. Go outside and touch grass. Yeah, you won. You do have the greasiest neck beard. But I don't think that's a contest you wanted to win. Imagine wanting to ride around in a big metal death box. I'll get a job when the US figures out that minimum wage is supposed to be the minimum wage to actually, you know, live. Hey, I am a first-time player. Have I played the game before? No. What do you mean, less progress to count? Literally, all I've done is I did the free-to-play stuff, and then grinded for like a month at Ogres to get a bond. Other than that, I've done a few members quests and grinded agility. If you want to see some of the earlier stuff, a lot of it's on YouTube. I don't know. You're whatever, expensive. Fuck. No, the last quest that I did was fuck. The one in the elf quest line right before Morning's End. I was gonna do Morning's End 1 and 2 to get some more XP for agility so that I could grind the agility pyramid. But I couldn't do Morning's End 1 because I don't have 58 thieving. See, there's a few things I don't understand about the old school RuneScape community. I don't understand how having a membership, having a bond active, makes you not free to play if you grinded GP to get the bond. Like, I understand that there's a free-to-play area and that there's the membership area, but like, having a bond does not necessarily mean that you're not free to play. Like, I've not spent a fucking penny on this game. Yet people would not call me free to play because I've got a bond active right now. Even though I grinded for a month to get it. Who accused you for that? What? Multiple people back when I said that I was grinding for Bond when I had free to play in the title. Like a week ago or two. Would say, "Oh, so you're not free to play." And I'm like, I'm in the free to play area without a bond. I spent no money on this game and I'm not planning on spending any money, so what the fuck's the difference? It's just weird how people can get uppity about it. It's like going and looking at my Genshin Impact account and saying that I'm pay to win because I have a Hu-Tao that I spent like 4 years worth of Primo Gems that I got for free from Twitch Prime that I'm not even paying for to fucking get. It's not the same as someone like Tectone spending fucking $4,000 to get a 5-star Hu-Tao. Free to play implies not member. Yeah, I get that there's a community built around that. And I personally think that that community is fucking stupid. I understand that if you've been playing this game for fucking 20 years, that you wanna change a pace, but like restricting yourself to like 5% of the game total is not fun. I myself am a completionist. I want to fucking complete this game. I want to do as much of the game as possible. On top of that, I want to do it without dying. I'm playing UIM for multiple reasons. First off, it seems way too easy if I had a bank. Anyway, UIM using bank felt like a fucking really easy. I never even tried without playing UIM. But on top of that, if I didn't play a form of Iron Man, people would just hand me shit, and I wouldn't know how to play the game. It happened to me in a different MMO. I played a normal account, and people just handed me mid-game gear. And I didn't know what the fuck I was doing, because the mid-game gear had no restrictions on it. You didn't have to be like a specific level, you didn't have to have specific stats to use it. So I just got mid-game gear right off the fucking bat and didn't know what the fuck to do. That's bad. That's not good. We don't want that. I want to know how to play the game. I don't want people walking up to me, handing me fucking bonds, or crystal bow, or bow of Fahrenheit and twisted bow, any of this bullshit. I want to earn the shit. Because I'm not going to refuse someone that is offering to just hand me endgame gear. Because then I feel like I'm being a rude bitch. But I also don't fucking want it. So how do you fix that issue? You play a fucking Iron Man. It's always play an Iron Man. Then they can't give you it. They can still give me a bond, but I have made clear what I think about that. I will not accept bonds from people. There is a singular, there's a single exception to that. If I don't earn the money for a bond, and my bond runs out without me noticing, then I'll accept a bond, because I'm not grinding ogres for another month. I know. No. Ogres was already hell enough, I don't want to re-experience it. I understand why people think like that. I understand why people want to see how far they can get with just being restricted to the free-to-play area, right? The issue that I have with it is that the term free-to-play literally everywhere else in the entire fucking gaming community across every other fucking game refers to someone that's not paying to play the fucking game. If you were playing World of Warcraft and earned a membership through gold in World of Warcraft, you wouldn't be called pay to play, you'd be called free to play. And it'd be a grindy bitch of a game. They're allowed to do whatever the fuck they want. I just don't like that they've co-opted an entire fucking word that's literally meant the thing that I've said literally everywhere else. Yeah, but like you can add a singular word and it fixes the issue. Instead of just calling it free-to-play, you call it free-to-play restricted or something. Like, you just add restricted to the word and now you know, oh, they're restricted to the free-to-play area. Cool. Like a single word or a single letter fixes the entire issue. Hey Sam, I have a question for you. Also, how are you? I didn't get to ask that, but I do have another question. I already forgot the other question. Fuck. Did I? I can't remember now. Fuck. Oh no, I remember the question. I was gonna ask how you feel about games games like Final Fantasy Online. Games where you pay like a price, anything from like $1 to like $100 for the game itself, and then you have to pay to play the game. A game that both has membership and costs of money to get. It's specifically a thing only in MMOs, as far as I'm aware. Depends on the context. Literally the entire context is how do you feel about a game that you have to pay for, and then you have to pay to play it. Because I feel the same way about that as I do for a fucking Xbox or PlayStation. I shouldn't be required to pay money to play the games that I own. Like, I understand if it's a free-to-play game having a membership. This is a free-to-play game that has a membership. It's not a thing only for MMOs. I've only seen it in MMOs. You can buy some games with some offline functions, then pay for an online pass to use it online. Yeah, I don't like that. In my opinion, you can only do one or the other. I don't think both should ever exist. I understand MMOs having memberships, but if you're gonna have a membership, you shouldn't sell your game for fucking $60. Because membership's where you're gonna get the money, so what the fuck's gonna happen to that, like that first $500,000 that you're gonna make just on the sale of the game? It's gonna drive people away, first of all, and second of all, it's gonna also... It's just bad. I don't like it. Yeah, I don't think that an MMO that you have to pay for... Okay, Black Desert Online, technically speaking, does not have a membership. It used to cost like $10. Now it's free to play, I believe. And on top of that, being free to play with no technical membership. It's not really a membership, but you kind of have to pay for it to really, you know, play the game. Yeah, the several paid expansions is fucking World of Warcraft in a nutshell. Subscription overall feels the most fair too, as it is a base price to play the game compared to having a massive separation in the player base based on either the expansions they have. I'm not a fan of DLC or expansions. I understand why they can exist. And some games, let's talk about Fallout 4 real quick. Some games, like Fallout 4, have expansions to them called DLCs. Those DLCs, not all of them are good. In fact, some of them feel like they should be in the base game. In fact, half of them feel like they should be in the base game because they're literally basic bullshit that add zero content to the game. that kind of DLC that's going to cost you another 15 bucks per DLC is not good. You have a game called Fallout 4, and then you have these DLCs where they expand the workshop content. All it does is lets you build shit that should have already been in the game. Now, there is one form of DLC that I like, and that's like another good example, which comes from Fallout 4, even though Fallout 4 had some bad examples with half of its fucking DLC, is shit like Nuka World and Hi Ave and Far Harbor. Those two DLCs by themselves have around a third of the content as the entire game. And their price shows it. They're like 20 bucks each. Their price shows it. The price is like a third the price of the whole fucking game. That DLC is decent. It's not good. I still don't like that there's DLC. I'd rather it just be in the fucking base game, but still. It's weird, right? Another form of good DLC comes from another Bethesda game, fucking Dragonborn, and the other DLC. 2 of the 3 DLCs for Skyrim are good. We're going to be doing Agility Pyramid. I'm training to 75 Agility at the moment. But yeah, Dragonborn and whatever the other one was, I can't remember. Dawnguard and Dragonborn are 2 good DLCs. They expand the lore of the universe, they have a decent sized playable area, they add a fuck ton of new content. And then you have another thing of bad DLC, Hearthfire. So you got 2 good ones and 1 fucking awful one. And the good one's price represents that they're good. But the bad one is still around the same price as the fucking good ones. Even though it adds literally like nothing to the game, except for you can have a home. You could already have a home, but now you can build your home. Oh, and Hearthfire completely removed a legendary weapon from the game, so that's fun. It's very fun when a DLC completely removes a special weapon from a fucking open world RPG. Like, it's not a... oh god. It's so weird how DLC works. There's DLC for some of the new Pokemon games. Don't tell me anything about the newest Pokemon game. I've seen literally nothing about it. I want to get it myself. Didn't see it. But in Sword and Shield, there's DLC in Sword and Shield. It's the first console game in the Pokemon franchise that's not a handheld. But it's a pseudo handheld console mix thing. But it's technically more console. So, since they moved over to technically a console and not a handheld, they're now having DLCs in Pokemon. And the DLC in Pokemon, I don't have it. I can't speak on it completely. But, as far as I'm aware, it adds a entire new area to the game that's pretty fucking big. It adds multiple new legendaries and new Pokemon. It adds a bunch of new shit. Should it have been in the base game? Probably. But it's fine. if you're going to add like a quarter the content of the entire base game into a single DLC, that's gonna run you around a quarter the price of the game to maybe a bit lower, that's fine. If you're gonna charge the entire price of the game for that fucking same DLC, no. That's not fine. That's stupid. I would shit talk Dragon Age Inquisition, because if I remember right, there was the like $120 version of the game that didn't come with everything. But I don't really know that for certain. I could shit talk the fucking Hyperdimension games, the Neptunia games. The Pokemon DLC was good DLC. I bought it and basically didn't play it, as I only really get Pokemon from VGC. Usually, but a one-time single DLC release around the time we would expect a new game anyway, was cheaper than a new game, while adding a huge new area with a lot of new nice features and stuff to do. Yeah, the Pokemon DLC is fine. As long as they don't go down the EA route and start charging you DLCs like out the ass, like EA does with The Sims. EA will charge you a DLC to fucking have a child in The Sims. So, I'm going to explain my idea for money per content. In my head, there's a ratio of how many hours of content you should get per dollar spent. And it's dependent on the genre of game. If you're playing an open world RPG or even an MMO, for every dollar you should get at least 4 to 8 hours of play out of that dollar. If you're gonna spend $1 on a game, like, I understand if it's a story-driven game, you don't apply that same rule. You do not apply the rule that for every dollar you get 4 to 8 hours out of a story-driven game. That's nonsense. But for an open-world RPG or MMO, you should apply that rule. Because if you're not getting 4 to 8 hours per dollar, then that game's not fucking worth your money. I bought Cyberpunk 2077, and I've shit-talked it a lot. It was $60. Don't go off whatever you bought it on sale for. Go off its main price. If it goes on sale for a reasonable price for the amount of content you'll get out of it, good. That's worth it then, but it probably won't. Cyberpunk 2077 goes on sale for like half off. That's $30. So you multiply 30 by 4, that's at least 120 hours, right? At the minimum. I have just under 120 hours, and I bought the thing at like half off, but at full price, the game's not worth it at all. It depends on the type of game. If you're going to judge a MMO, you have to put more different things onto it other than just money X hour. If I just talk about open world RPGs, if I were to have gotten 200 hours plus out of Cyberpunk, it would have been a worthwhile game. The entire game was good. However, all the content in it was lackluster. I have a long... Here, let me show you. We're going to take a short break from this real quick. So, Cyberpunk 2077. I just updated my negative review recently. This is my negative review. It's long as hell. There is 7 main issues with it, and this entire thing is a massive text dump about why not to get the game. You have to come up with new different metrics for MMOs than just open world RPGs. They still need to follow the open world RPG plan a little bit because all MMOs are open world RPGs 99% of the time. There are very, very few exceptions to MMORPGs. They're almost always open. But fuck. In Cyberpunk, everything sucks. They lack content. The content that they have is good for the main story, but as the story goes on, it gets worse and worse. At the start, the story is really good. The story is nice, 9 out of 10 at least. By the end of the story, the main story, the story ends up being around a 3 to 4 out of 10, which is not good. It's not good at all. And then you play side missions. Side missions. There are only a set number of side missions. There's no Radiant quests. There's no new side missions that are coming. The only new side missions that are ever added are added when they update the game. And the only time that they've done that is for Edge Runner. Which, the Edge Runner content's the worst content that they've ever fucking added to the game. It lacks literally everything that made Cyberpunk feel worth anything. But the side missions that were there before Edge Runner also is just lackluster. It's like a 3 out of 10, while Edge Runner shit is like a 1 to 2 out of 10. The Edge Runner shit, there's a single quest, at least, okay, I've done every quest in the game. I cannot remember more than one quest that was added. It's an entire quest line, but the entire quest line is basically just skill checks. It's just skill check after skill check after skill check that requires you to wait like a fucking day in between. Look, I'm just saying, if Cyberpunk is the way that it is, I don't want to play Witcher 3 now. I've had Witcher 3, and Witcher 1 and Witcher 2 sitting in my library festering for over 2 years now, and I've not played them. And if The Witcher 3 is anything like Cyberpunk with its game design, I don't want to fucking play it now. Look, there's an easy way to add decent content to Cyberpunk that they just didn't do. There's an easy way to get decent Radiant content in Cyberpunk, even. And everyone hates Radiant content. Aren't they typically considered amazing? They're made by the same developer of Cyberpunk, and I'd rather fucking play QWOP than drive a car in Cyberpunk. I only got as much time out of Cyberpunk as I did because I fucking ran on foot everywhere. Literally everywhere. There was never a time in which I did not run on foot. Except for during quests that forced me to drive. If you're driving an actual car, a vehicle with 4 tires, it feels awful. You will play QWOP better than you will drive a car in Cyberpunk. Also, brain dances in Cyberpunk. Basically, you get to go into the memories of other people, right? You get to see some snuff, some other shit, right? I counted it. I've gone through every quest, remember. I've counted how many times you get to use BD. There is 1 random quest. There is 2 times in a romance quest. And then there is, I believe, 2 times in the main quest. No, 3 times in the main quest. So there's 6 times total that you get to do brain dance in the entire game. You could do a lot of shit. They did one of the ideas that I had, where you can find criminals based on like the memories of their victims, right? That happens twice. Right? So it's like, why can't there be anything else with this? It's easy content to write literally anything for. And then the world building in Cyberpunk is shit too. The only thing that they do to sell you on you being in a futuristic city is, oh look, we have hologram. Oh look, fancy smancy future shit. And body modification. There's no like actually selling it. I've looked through almost every text document in the fucking game, and there's like 0 lore around the body modification. There's like no lore anywhere about anything. It's fucking weird. If I was playing a game made by Bethesda, I would expect fucking lore everywhere. Like, Bethesda's shit at making games, but they're great at ripping lore from their community. Oh no, Cyberpunk was like, there was commercials everywhere. A lot of them very sexualized. Like, you cannot go into a building without seeing a commercial. Okay. Other than that, it just seems like a rip of Deus Ex. The body modification system is half-assed. There's no lore surrounding it. There's little to no lore surrounding the net. And what lore there is surrounding the net is so fucking small and insignificant that you can't make heads or tails of it. Almost all of the lore that you want to know comes from Johnny in Cyberpunk, and he only talks about the lore twice in the entire fucking game. I remember people saying that Cyberpunk had like 100,000 unique voiced lines of dialogue or something, right? Right? So, yeah, Cyberpunk evidently has hundreds of thousands of voiced lines, right? However, 95% of that shit is from random NPCs. The best thing of voiced dialogue in the entire game is not in the main story, it's not in a side quest, it's not from a romance quest, it's not from any quest anywhere. It is from a fucking group of 4 NPCs in the middle of Pacifica on the beach having a fucking fight. That is the best dialogue I heard in all my hours playing that game. In all my 118.2 hours of playing Cyberpunk, it was the best dialogue I fucking heard. I can't remember a single fucking word of it. It was from fucking NPCs. If you can have writing like that, then why the fuck are your side quests so shit? Like, I legitimately stopped and listened in on the NPC's conversation for like 20 minutes. That's how good the dialogue was there. Everything else seems half-assed compared to. Anyway, let me tell you some other bullshit about Cyberpunk. Let me look at my review real quick so that I can see. Oh yeah, there's a complete lack of meaningful options. Your choices do fucking nothing, but the game likes to make it seem like they do. There are 2 choices in the entire game that do a damn thing outside of romance. And guess what? One of those choices, you don't even get to know about unless you look it up online and find out from external sources. The only thing that your choices in quests or side quests or anything do is nothing. Your choices in romance options affect the ending by showing whoever you romanced at the end. That's it. That's all it does. Your choices do not affect anything except for fucking one. Technically 2, but the last one is literally at the final fucking quest of the game. The game tries to sell you that your choices matter and then completely negates that immediately by having your choices not do a damn thing. Except in 2 different circumstances. At the end of the game, if you choose one of the paths, you get to have the option to fucking kill the guy that ended up killing Johnny. Or you can spare him. Choosing to spare him or kill him doesn't really do a damn thing. Okay, so now let me tell you the other shit part of Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk, I don't really care if the game has choices, but if the game is going to say that they're going to have choices, or acts like it has choices that actually matter, then it should have choices that actually matter. But let's talk about this now. There is a thing where, what's it called? Fuck. Okay, let me tell you something. At the start of Cyberpunk, your team dies, period. You cannot do a damn thing about it. T-Bug dies, Jackie dies, period. You cannot do a damn thing about it. And you want to know what's weird? Okay, so I was playing a pacifist run, which isn't possible, by the way. You're forced to kill at least 7 enemies in the fucking start of the game, in the prologue. Okay, so I went out of my way to go and get invisibility for the Konpeki Plaza mission, which is where everyone fucking dies. And, get this, Jackie, when we got caught by that fucking ATV, that aerial vehicle, whatever the fuck you want to call it, that AV shot at us. The AV did not hit me nor Jackie. You can fucking clearly see it. And then we fall through the fucking glass roof and hit a few things on our way down. Somehow Jackie gets a fucking bullet wound in his gut at the end of the mission. He never got shot. I incapacitated literally everyone. They never knew we were fucking there except for that AV, which is scripted. So the options that you get are your romance partners. All they do is show up for whatever ending of the game you go for, right? Outside of that, you can save two people that can die, which also literally only affects the ending, except for one. If you save one of those, he'll help you and do more shit for the main story quests. He'll actually do shit for the main story if you save him, so it actually changes playable content, not just a fucking cutscene. Oh yeah, by the way, if you play Cyberpunk, you might end up noticing this one thing. It's a little thing, but about 67% of the fucking map's inaccessible. Yeah, you got all this vertical space and all these buildings. You can't enter like 80% of the buildings. You can't go up any of the buildings practically, except for in like a single story. There is about You can't access a third of the northern city. You can't access half of Pacifica. You can't play in like 90% of the oil fields. You can't access around 50% of the Badlands. So the game is about 67% as big. It's about 33% the size that you expect. And it's already not that big. It's around the size of... I would say that it's around the size of Whiterun in Skyrim. Not the city of Whiterun, but the hold of Whiterun. And even then, that's with all of the shit that you can't go to. There's all this there's all this vertical space that you just can't use. Oh yeah, and your choice of, you get to choose whether you're a, quote, straight kid, corpo, or nomad at the start of the game, and all it does is affect dialogue options. Some dialogue options make quests a little bit quicker, but they do fucking nothing. The only difference is a few dialogue options here and there scattered throughout the whole game, and the start. So yeah, in the end, you have a game where the city is designed around you driving, where driving feels like a fucking hassle. I'd rather just fucking shoot myself than drive in that game. No, it's awful. If you're gonna drive, you drive a fucking bike. It's the only thing that even feels reasonable, and it still feels like shit. And then, on top of that, when you fucking play, when you do the entirety of Konpeki perfectly, everyone dies. When you fuck up Konpeki at every turn, everyone dies. It's scripted. Jackie doesn't get hit by a fucking shell from the AV. No. But somehow, during the fight, you know, if you don't trigger the fucking mech to fall through the goddamn ceiling, he somehow still gets shot in the fucking gut. He didn't have like a pipe go through his gut when he was falling through the fucking ceiling at the start of the mission. Sorry, the midpoint of the mission. He didn't, like, nothing hit him. He hit some blunt object that wouldn't cause him to fucking get a bullet wound to the gut. It pisses me off that you can't do anything about it. 'Cause, like, it feels like you should have options. It feels like that. Yet there's just nothing there. You can't do it. There is one good thing about the game. Even though their missions are mediocre entirely, you can do every mission in that game stealthily. You can do the entire game stealth without ever being fucking spotted in combat situations. It's actually astonishing. Every NCPD scanner mission in the game has an option for you to go into the building with stealth and do it stealthily. Every cyber psycho can be taken out with stealth. That is the one thing that it did good. But if you want to play a futuristic game, just play fucking Deus Ex. And here's the other thing. Even if Jackie got hit by a single shell from that AV, the motherfucker can take a goddamn beating when you go through the mission just prior to get the flathead. He could fucking solo the entire goddamn mission himself. Yet one bullet to the gut kills him. Even if he never took the fucking bullet. And then, okay, so you think you might have an option with some other shit, right? And no, you don't have an option. The only time your options, at least in dialogue, matter is during romance. If you're trying to romance one of the romanceable characters, that's when your options actually matter, and that's it. Because if you want to romance Judy, you have to pick specific dialogue options in specific dialogues during specific quests. However, if you want to romance River, your choices are suddenly greatly expanded. Instead, you help him all the way through, and then instead of only one option that'll let you romance him, you get two. Either you can go kill a child with him, or you cannot. Like, your options are, oh, sure, let's go kill that fucking child together. It's weird. Like, the romance feels like it's supposed to be like very heavily, you can only pick one thing to do it right. And then like River's just like, oh, either we can go kill a child or no. It's fine. I'll love you either way. And it's weird as fuck. Okay, so the child that you're killing is like a fucking teenager that, you know, kidnapped River's like nephew and is now like brain dead in a fucking coma. So your option is to go kill a brain-dead teenager that kidnapped a child, or to just not. Like, the entire thing is weird. Also, the best quest in the game is a romance quest for Judy. It's her final quest. Right before you fully romance Judy. It's single-handedly the best quest in the game. It has the most world-building lore in the entire game. And it's not world-building for the city, it's not world-building for the Badlands, it's not world-building for any sort of part of the city. No, it's world-building for a little tiny fucking town. And that town is expanded on in River's romance quest. But Judy's actually expands on it the most, and it's by far the best quest in the game, in my opinion. The entire thing is weird as fuck. In all honesty, the only reason that the game is even worth 15 bucks, which even that's arguable, but the only reason that I would say that it's worth the 15 bucks is because of the way that it looks. It's got decent character customization, it could be better, but it looks decent, it looks pretty. However, there's one thing wrong with it. One more thing wrong with it. The entire fucking community's dead. There's no modding community. I have scoured through the Nexus for mods for Cyberpunk 2077, and there are no mods that I can find on the first, like, 10 pages of the Nexus that add any new content. There's no mods that add content to a game that is completely dead for content. It's just reskins of shit. Like, oh, here's my save so that you can go get this achievement. Oh, here's a reskin for a character. Oh, here's a reskin for your apartment. Like, sure, reskins are fine and all, but like, the game's fucking completely deprived of all content. Kinda like Fallout 76 when it first came out. Fallout New Vegas had 18 months of development time. Cyberpunk had over a decade. Yet Fallout New Vegas, while it's considered one of, if not the best 3D Fallout game, Cyberpunk gets shit on constantly. You can't expect the modding community to fix a game, but I would expect a modding community to, you know, make mods that actually add new content to a open world RPG. I wouldn't go look at Skyrim and expect to see anything other than something that adds actual new content. Or changes the way that the game can be played. I wouldn't go look at Skyrim's mods, like within the first 2-3 years that it's been out, and expect to see just free textures. I wouldn't expect to go look at Minecraft mods a year after the game had come out and just see retextures. Like, Minecraft is the only game that can really get away with, you know, having an entire community about retexturing the fucking game. Ideally, you would want a game that requires no mods. Yeah, but the entire fucking thing about not MMOs, the entire thing about open world RPGs is they almost always have a decent sized modding community around them. You almost never see a open world RPG that does not have a decent sized modding community around it. The only one that I can think of off the top of my head is Cyberpunk. If I go and look at Biomutant right now, I bet that I'll find 1,000 different mods that add new content. Okay, Biomutant's modding community is dead, but I bet there's at least, you know, mods that actually add content. Okay, no, Biomutant's modding community is completely dead. There is a total of 16 mods. And they're all retextures. I never really looked at Biomutant's modding shit because Biomutant I find actually fucking fun. Even if it is only like a single % of what it should have been. If Cyberpunk released a DLC tomorrow that cost literally anything other than being free, and it was just content all about the fucking anime that they released, I would fucking leave an immediate negative review simply based off of the quality of content around the anime that they've added to the game thus far being complete dog shit. Hey Ave, if you're still here, what starter did you get? I'm curious. And Sam, I have another question for you. My question is, what do you think I should do after I get my construction up? Because the current plan is agility, back the pyramid for bond. After I get enough bonds that I'm comfortable with, I'm going to do 50 thieving, mornings end 1 and 2, and then train construction up to at least 60. That's the current plan. It might go slightly differently from that, but that's the plan at the moment. Because I don't know if I should go do Slayer after construction. Because I should probably do questing and then go for some new gear, combat gear, and then do Slayer. Because I'm planning on doing Konar for my Slayer levels, which I'm at 75.75. And you only need 50 for... Do you need 50 or 75 for Konar? I don't remember. But she's the Slayer Master that I plan on using to 99. Basically the entire time. All my Slayer XP is going to come from there. Why 84? Okay, let me look at the costume room again. 60 will get me the basic shit. 60 will get me an oak armor case, which is the lowest tier armor case. It will get me a oak cape rack, an oak fancy dress box, a teak magic wardrobe, a oak toy box, and a oak treasure chest. I'm planning on getting the infinite ones, but you're talking about treasure chests, right? Yeah, that's the one that you're talking about. The treasure chest is 84 for the infinite. If I can get to 66, might be good. Oh, I'm annoyed as hell because I had to do the waterfall quest, and then I had to do Return of the Elves or something. You know, the one right after waterfall quest that requires it. And I had to drop my fucking Skull Scepter and my Baronite Mace, which are both collection log items. Yeah, Oak stores all beginner and easy clue rewards. Teak stores beginner, easy, and medium, and then Mahogany stores all of them. I did fish up an elite treasure clue scroll when I was fishing to get food for the waterfall quest and Return of the Elves. At 84, I think I would also just go for 86. Not 86, why not 87? Because 87 would get me the Gilded Magic Wardrobe. Yeah, if I went for 84, I'd just go for 87. Well, Sam, I think I told you my goal, but I don't think I made it clear. My goal is to max everything. I want everything. All of it. It's all mine. All of it. The entire fucking game. I want my combat level to be maxed. I want to do all the quests, all the achievements, combat tasks, and collection logs, get all my favors maxed. I want to do all of that shit. I want a 200 mil, basically all my skills eventually. That's my plan. And then on top of that, I'm going to also be grabbing all of the badges and achievements on Steam for Old School RuneScape. I've already got all the achievements, I just need to get the badges. The badge is gonna be a bitch because just getting the max cape badge requires me to spend like 45 bucks. That's also very vague. I'm going to 99 all of my skills, and then eventually 200 mil all of my skills. I'm going to get all of my quests done. I'm going to get all of the achievements done, the combat tasks, and eventually collection logs. I'm also going to max the favors. I don't believe so. I have no regard for time. I have absolutely no regard for time. This could take me 5 seconds or 5 decades for all I give a damn. The 200 mil thing is an eventuality thing. It's not something that I'm going to focus on. Neither is max cape, really. I will get max cape before I finish all of my collection logs or combat tasks, though. Probably before I finish all the achievements as well. Yeah, but if I go for the 84 construction, I think I was just going to go for 87 because Gilded Magic Wardrobe is so close. Because I'm like, oh, Mahogany Toy Box is literally right there, why not? And then like Gilded Magic Wardrobes is one level after that. If we go in a shorter time frame, then what's an example of the things you want done in at least under a year? I want to complete all the quests. I'm gonna 99 everything. It's not gonna be a main goal until after I've done basically all of the quests. Expensive. The first and foremost goal is definitely going to be doing all of the quests and getting at least, because to do all of the quests, I'm gonna need to have at least, what, a base 80 or base 90 fucking stat total? Hell, I might need base 99 just for the combat stats to do Dragon Slayer 2. And then I also need to get at least 93 fucking fletching, I think. Let's look at fletching real quick. I need to get 92 fletching for Dragon Javelins. Now you don't need 99s? Well, I also have the goal of not dying. I don't want to die, ever, Sam. So I need to be as careful as I can be. I don't want to die in Dragon Slayer 2. I don't want to die to a PKer in the Wildy. I don't want to die, period. I'm at least gonna go for 99 HP. So yeah, I'm probably gonna go for 99 HP, all the quests, and something else. What's the other thing? 77 Runecraft. Okay, so let me explain the goal entirely. The idea for the goal... No, I'm not going to do death banking. I can just jump over into the Wildy and, you know, break open the sack myself. It's going to be slower. I know that it's going to be slow. But, fuck, what's it called? I don't want to die because fuck that. Dying's for losers. The idea for the big main goal of trying to 100% the entire fucking game is to always give myself something to do. If I run out of shit to do, then I have no reason to play the game. If I'm playing OSRS, I want to have shit to do. I don't want to be like, there's literally nothing for me to do, I have all the best gear in the game. There's always something to do. It's going to take a while. That's the entire point of the big main goal of 100%. It's not for me to just finish. If I could just finish it, then I'd be fucking famous if I got 100% in this game in like a year. Because that's fucking damn near impossible. That's good, right? You don't want to be fucking done. Like, the entire idea is to always have something to do. If I run out of shit to do, I'll have to find a new game to play. If I get tired of doing Slayer, I can go do construction or rune crafting or fletching or wood cutting or anything. If I get tired of doing Slayer, I can go and grind out Winter Thought for a pet. I can go grind out Guardians of the Rift for a pet. There's so many options. Not everyone has to have the goal of completing the game. You don't have to have the goal of 100%ing the game. You don't need to become the best of the best in anything, ever. You don't have to 100% anything, ever. Your goal can be what you want it to be. The only reason my goal is ever to 100% something, which is never a promise that I will do it. It is always there so that I can go and do something. The goal is there in the back of my head. I do want to do it. Will I do it? Probably fucking not. It's a goddamn MMO. There's new shit all the goddamn time. That's what an MMO fucking is. But if I fucking get 200 million XP in literally everything, finish all my collection logs, do all the quests, all the achievements, all the combat tasks, get all of my favor, get everything, there'd be no reason to play this game. Until it updates. And then I just do it again. And then wait till it updates. And then it's just a cycle then. And then it's fucking boring. So, if the goal is unrealistic in the first place, it gives you plenty of other minor goals to work toward. Like, oh, today I want to finish the Elite Wilderness Diary. Or, oh, today I want to finish... Today I want to finish the Shared Treasure Trial rewards. Let's go grind out fucking Master Scrolls. There's always something that you can do. And if you get bored of doing it, you can just change to doing something else. It's still progress, no matter what I do. I could walk in circles here for the next month, and it would still be progress toward my goal. Would I do it? Fuck no. I'm already pretty bored. But I could. And it would still be as much progress as if I went over there and cut down that maple tree. If the goal is to get to the 100%, period, then that 100%, since it's always shifting, it is always very far out of reach. It just makes it more and more things to do. Agility is my moneymaker at the moment. I'm getting it to 75 and then doing agility pyramid for money. I get at least 160k an hour just by walking the pyramid. So, at 75 agility, you cannot fail the pyramid, period. There is no failing the pyramid at 75 agility. So it's literally a flat rate of 160k an hour. Or 260k an hour if you can run the whole fucking thing. Peak efficiency is 100k more than minimum. I can't afford to do that. I am not gonna drop over anything to a different account. I don't have a different account. I can't do PvE because PvE requires me to have gear. I don't have the gear at the moment, and I don't have the skills to feel safe doing it on anything that's worthwhile. %100% of my money comes from high alking or, you know, just getting money, period. Like, here, let me show you this. I know, but since my goal is to not die ever, it's going to be pretty shit. Here, the rarest drop from ogres when I was killing ogres for time after time after time after time. Ogre-S Warrior, I killed over 6,000 of them. The rarest drop that you can drop from them in free-to-play is the Shaman Mask. It's worth 5,000 gold. The most expensive drop is this Rune Battle Axe worth 25k. I'm not going to drop that Battle Axe or the Full Helm to go sell it on the GE for more, if it sells for more. But I don't think they do. Like, if I... Yeah, but it's only one big waste of time. It's not a waste of time all the time. If I grind out that pyramid for, I don't know, a week, I'll have enough bonds to last me 2 months, maybe. And in those 2 months, I can do a lot of shit before having to go grind bonds again. And if I can get the 77 rune crafting within a week, I can get enough bonds to last me almost a fucking year. So I'd only have to worry about it once a year. It's not something that I always have to worry about in the end game. It's only something I have to worry about because I'm still at the start at the moment. This is the start of the membership, period. At the start, there's going to be a lot of progress toward it, but it's going to eventually snowball. There's never going to be a point where I'm going to have to go and grind bonds after it's snowballed. That snowballing might take a few months, it might even take a year, but I'm fine with that. As I've said, I have no regard for time. Expensive. How much do you earn making blood runes right now? How much an hour do you make? Don't you make almost $1 million an hour? Because if you can make $1 million an hour, you will just not have to worry about it. That's the snowballing point. 500k with the outfit. Okay, that's close enough. 500k an hour. 6 mil is what we'll call a bond, because it's what's normally a bond. So, at 6 mil, that'll take you 12 hours. You can earn 2 bonds a day. And a bond gives you 14 days. So you can earn 28 bonds in one, bond. It's a snowball. Once you get to 77 runecraft, it just snowballs right the fuck down. I have no clue what a BCP is. Yeah, but then that defeats the entire purpose of playing the UIM, in my opinion. That defeats the entire purpose, because the entire point is to not rely on anything like that. No, I don't like that. I don't want to have another account. I want to have the one. Bandos, Chestplate, and Tassets. Bandos, Tassets. I don't even know what Bandos is. No, I'm not gonna drop anything. I'm just gonna fucking high alch it. Or if it's something really valuable, I'll low alch it. Because that'll piss people off. If I drop an item worth like fucking 15 mil high alch value, I'll fucking low alch it for the like half a mil. Yeah, I don't have a clan. And if I were to get a clan, it would be a solo. I don't want to rely on trading to other people. I don't like trading to other people. Also, we've been listening to the Clink for like 2 hours now. Lost Soul, sure. I still think that this game needs to do more. Not in that sense, but I still think that we should be able to, if we really wanted, play a fucking UIM. Oh, that's hardcore. Or play a dead man that's hardcore, or a dead man that's got UIM restrictions. You should be able to put whatever restrictions on an account as you want within the game. As long as it's a restriction that's actively been in the game before. Not saying, oh, you should implement Tile Man mode or Bronze Man or any of this bullshit that other people have made. But like, hardcore is a thing actively in the game. Deadman and UIM are actively in the game. So you should be able to UIM a Deadman. Or hardcore a UIM. Or hardcore a Deadman. Or hardcore a UIM restricted Deadman. Or whatever. I've forgotten completely everything that we've been talking about. It becomes a very confusing mess of restrictions and trying to figure out what other people are based on their account though. I already think adding GIM was probably a bad idea. Group Iron Man as Iron Man, Hardcore Iron Man, and Ultimate Iron Man already pushes it in terms of what looks confusing for a new player. I mean, it seems pretty well laid out on the surface. When I was on Tutorial Island, they explained it pretty well. And like, if you're gonna have Hardcore Iron Man, why wouldn't you have Hardcore Ultimate Iron Man? A new player doesn't need to completely grasp everything about all forms of Iron Man or special accounts. They don't need to know, oh, you can play a hardcore Ultimate Iron Man and then upgrade it to a hardcore ultimate Iron Man restricted dead man account. They don't need to know all that shit. But it's explained pretty neatly already. Okay. The same thing can be said about Deadman. Like, Deadman player, there's probably not a lot of people that actively play Deadman compared to people that actively play Hardcore Iron Man or Iron Man or Ultimate Iron Man or normal accounts. If I had to guess, which it's completely a guess, it's probably one of, if not the least played thing. You don't need to make the choice, though. Like, you can just click yes right away on Tutorial Island. Like, okay, Iron Man, Ultimate Iron Man, all of these different, like, forms of accounts, they're not really appealing to the new players. They're mostly appealing to old players that have been playing RuneScape for fucking, like, a decade or two. They're not really meant for the new player. They're not meant for me to jump in and play a UIM. Well, then you can literally click no and immediately go to the Iron Man tutor, learn what the fucking Iron Man is, and be like, that's interesting, and then say, sure, I'll do that, or nah, that doesn't sound like something I'd enjoy. It takes like 3 extra seconds and it's explained properly. It's not poorly explained. Okay, so here's what you do. Here's what I always do. When I play a game, not an MMO, when I play something, if I were to play Dark Souls, and Dark Souls had a difficulty option, and it had like fucking baby mode, normal, and then like hardcore and ultra hardcore, I'd probably pick ultra hardcore, because as it has almost always been in every game, you can always downgrade your mode. You can never upgrade it after starting your character. If you decide, oh, I don't like UIM, I'm going to downgrade to an Iron Man, and then you decide, oh, I don't like Iron Man, you can downgrade to a normal account. It goes one way. I'm not saying it's blah blah blah. Yeah, but OSRS is one of the like 2 most popular MMOs currently. MMOs typically hemorrhage players, yet OSRS is gaining them. It seemingly explains everything well. It's been around for a long ass time. It's obviously doing something right. It fucking puts the shit up to votes all the time. So if it's something that the community wants, the community gets it. They wouldn't just suddenly add hardcore Ultimate Iron Man, hardcore Dead Man, Ultimate Iron Man Dead Man, or any of that bullshit. They wouldn't suddenly add shit like that. They would have it be a vote, and if it didn't pass, it would be added. Hi Jade, how are you? I'm fine, I guess. I don't know. I would honestly be surprised if old school RuneScape servers ended up going dark in a decade from now. In a decade from now, it's not going to be anything like it is currently. After so many polls, it's going to end up being very different. Like, we just had the poll for a new skill. Well, here's the thing. If people don't like it, it's a fucking MMO. It's gonna change. It's not gonna stay the same forever. People don't like RS3, so they don't play it. It's an MMO. If it changes in a way that you don't fucking like, oh well, it's a goddamn MMO. That's the whole point of the fucking thing. But OSRS, if it keeps doing literally everything it's been doing, it'll be fine. It has a poll system, and only if the majority of the player base agrees on something does something happen. So if it's something that you end up not liking, then you should have voted no. And if you did vote no, then, well, you're obviously not the majority of players that are playing the game. I personally think that the scrapped skills, fucking summoning, sailing, artisan, all that shit, I think that that would have been a good addition. They all seemingly make sense in the game. Why are you happy, Jade? Like, okay, let's look at this. The new skill vote that just happened, it just ended on the 16th. It had 191,000 votes. All of the previous votes this year had less than a quarter of that. Except for like 1 or 2. You cut out every like 2 seconds. Try and pause and unpause the stream or refresh it real quick. Let me also check my end. No, it's not on mine, according to the software. Okay. So, my point is, it's a game, it's an MMO. MMOs always change. But this MMO has you vote on the features you want or do not want. right? You'll realize that polls have massive issues too. Well, yeah, everything is going to have issues. That's kind of the way the world works. You need to get 70% of people to agree on something. Okay? The last time that over 100,000 people voted was when they had a poll for Group Iron Man. The poll for Group Iron Man had 141,510 votes. Before that, the last time that there was over 100,000 votes was for the warding skill, which ended up, not being implemented. It had over 125,000 votes. But all of the other things get so few votes comparatively to big changes. Big changes get lots of votes. It's more, representative of the entire community. Because it affects the entire community. I like I made a Discord power. This is sexualities and genders. Cool, I guess. Head spin. Fuck. Jade, am I cutting out for you as well? Because it might be my end of it might be the update that happened to my sound system. I asked earlier if anything was wrong with sound, and no one really answered. This is like a few hours ago, though. Okay, good night. Okay, so it's only on Sam's end. I don't know what's going on then. But Sam, I think you understand what I'm saying, at least, right? Even if it is cutting out. The big votes that change everything in the game for everyone get a fuck ton more votes than all of the other ones. Okay? Like, there's not been a lot of votes that I'm a mark away. There's a lot of shit. I understand that as time goes on with the polls, people might get pissed off and be like, oh, I voted no, I didn't want that thing, I'm gonna stop playing the game, and then they leave the game and never come back. Or they leave the game and come back and find that it's drastically different because they left the game and so did a lot of other people because, oh, we lost our vote, fuck you. Right? But, like, you need a 70% majority to win. If the 30% get upset at the content added, or if the 70% end up not liking it, even though they just had they just helped in the process of creating said content, well, that's their own fault. If it's very much widely hated and despised by the entire community, so what? Just don't partake in that set of content. Unless it's literally affecting the entire game, and if it's affecting the entire fucking game, they'll have another poll for whether it should be removed or not. If literally everyone hates the feature that got added because it was made poorly or something, there will be a thing to remove it. You think the new skill vote was one of the worst votes we've had? No, they won't push through a skill. They'll have us vote in polls on what the new skill should be, and if by the end they don't feel like it's good enough, it won't make it into the game. That's my last mark. And we'll have a vote on whether it should even be added into the game at the end. They said that in the vote. Yeah, but if none of them are good, we get the final say of whether the skill should, in the end, be added again. We get to vote on the fucking thing twice. Where do I go to buy Graceful? Is expensive still here? Bertho? I have no clue where the fuck that is. Oh, up there. Oh, but I don't have any way to teleport back here. I'll buy it later. I'm well aware of what they said. I heard it and I read it. Yeah. Do you not think Jagex is gonna keep their fucking word? I think Jagex will keep their word. They've not given me specifically a reason to distrust them. Something will be forced through here. Yeah, something will be forced through here if they get 70% of the votes. The skill in the end should be added. Yeah, something will be added. That's like the whole point of the vote. Speaking of which, wasn't one of the scrap skills, wasn't it also voted for kinda like this? Personally, I have the opinion that RS1 skill should be a thing. I think pray good and pray evil, good and evil magic, I think that those should be a thing. I don't think that they should have been removed. Same with tailoring. I did not play RS1, I did not play RS2 or 3. I have no clue what these skills looked like. All I know is that it could be better done that way, technically, and I think that it probably was. They just smashed good and evil magic and pray good and pray evil into prayer and magic. And tailoring was just added to crafting, I believe. They already had the ability to pull new skills. The entire reason for this vote was because an individual skill would probably be outvoted. So this poll is basically here to then be able to reference it as, but you wanted a new skill, right? Right? In order to more easily force something through. No. They're not going to force something through if it doesn't get the votes. Unless you have some information about Jagex doing shit like that before now, I have no reason to think that they're gonna just push something through. Yeah, I do personally want more skills. I think why not? There's no reason to not have another skill, is there? Is that skill gonna be good? Maybe, maybe not. Who the fuck knows? It can't be worse than fire making, can it? Literally, okay, let's look at the scrap skills. Scrap skills: summoning, artisan, sailing, and warding. Artisan, sailing, and summoning. All three of which I think would have probably been good additions to the game, personally. Then what the fuck do you mean they're just gonna push a skill through? They can't just push a skill through. They won't. Because if they're gonna push a skill through with a vote, how the fuck are they gonna push a skill through with a vote? What, are they gonna doctor the votes to say yes? Well, no shit. People agreeing to drink poison does not mean that drinking poison is a good idea, does it? But it's like, if it's added and you don't like the new skill, so fucking what? Don't do the new skill. instead of shoving all of your XP bottles or whatever the fuck you're getting that give you just free XP into fucking rune crafting or fire making or any of those other weird skills that no one seemingly likes, you can just shove it into that skill too. Like, just because a skill exists does not mean that you're forced to interact with it. Nah, I don't think something like the fucking Minecraft mob votes will happen, where all of the options are shitty, and there's one clearly superior option that would set a precedent, and then it fucking loses because people decided, oh yes, I'm a content creator, I'm gonna tell everyone to vote for what I think is the worst mob so that it gets added. Which is something that actually happened, and it's fucking annoying. I don't think that's gonna happen. If all the skills are shit, sure, I'll go get a max cape. I don't give a damn if the skill's shit or not. I don't give a damn if the skill's shit or not. Look at my fucking fire making. Fire making is shit. Period. End of story. I don't fucking want Gotham Knights. Fuck you. We take suggestions, being tailoring, summoning, sailing, and then there's also warding that was scrapped. I'd say tailoring is something I had no issues with, and it could be good, although it's redundant due to crafting. Tailoring had few functions or ways to train on release, and was removed the 10th of May 2001, and then combined into crafting on the 23rd of June 2001. Of course it's redundant due to crafting. I'm saying that the skill should have never been removed, and that it should have stayed its own separate thing. I still think that Pray, Good, and Evil should have stayed their own separate thing, and Evil Magic and Good Magic should have stayed their own separate thing. They shouldn't have been mixed into Prayer and Magic. Summoning, I would hate. I have an entire, like, fucking 3.5 hour long fucking spiel about how you can do summoning well. But you can make some good arguments for it, so it's not objectively bad. Sailing would actively make the game worse, in my opinion. I mean, sailing... Okay, the idea of sailing is literally in Dragon Slayer 1. That is my argument for why sailing makes sense. The idea for sailing was you could make boats and sail them, and it would open up more content. You wouldn't have to pay charter ships all the fucking time. Like, it makes fucking sense. Summoning, artisan, sailing, and warding. All four scrap skills make thematic sense. Were they done good? Maybe, maybe not. I don't fucking know. However, summoning is almost never done good in a game. Summoning is almost always done dirty in games. As I've said before and will always say, Daggerfall has the best summoning in the fucking universe. In Daggerfall, if you want, you can summon the fucking gods. You can summon the Daedric Lord if you really fucking want. You have to fulfill like a bunch of prerequisites. You have to make sure that the weather's right. You're doing it on the right day. You've got all the ingredients for the summoning. You're doing it at the right spot. All of this just to summon them. That's summoning done right. It's not just, oh, I'll just fucking snap my fingers and all of a sudden I've summoned a skeletal dragon. Like, necromancy might be something like that, but like normal ass summoning is pretty fucking difficult. It requires either a ton of mana, a ton of sacrificing of material, or like living things, or it has a bunch of restrictions on it, because it's pretty fucking OP if done fucking right, but it also has a fuck ton of restrictions. Because it can be OP as fuck. Imagine summoning a fucking god, you're just, no, that's OP as fuck, you have to put restrictions in place. There's no reason to not be able to summon a god, either. Issue with sailing is that if you instead use things like charters, so cheap they're basically free, then sailing basically has no use, is just a pointless skill for the sake of being a skill. If it, however, had a use, by making it unlock new areas, as you said, I would hate it if new zones and areas are being kept locked behind sailing skill, just to make the sailing skill feel useful, while previously those areas would just be free to explore. So sailing, as far as I know, would have also had you building your own boats. I imagine the benefit of doing sailing would be being able to either sail from your house to any of the ports in the game, depending on what kind of ship you have, or it would have been something like having a specific port that your ship is always in that you can sail from. Like, you can sail from any port, right? But you can only, let's say that your ship is pretty shitty, so you can only sail from Port Sarim to about here, maybe a few other places close by, but you cannot sail from Port Sarim all the way over to Korend, because your ship is fucking shit. Like, the building of the ship was also part of sailing. I assume that it would have been something like that. Not that you would have been forced to do sailing, that it would have been more quality of life, as in you can go to a port and if you have your ship built, you have your sailing skill, you can just take your ship for absolutely free, or just take some beer and some food, pay off some sailors that are on your ship or some bullshit, and then they'll sail you to wherever the fuck you want. That's my idea of sailing. Is that what it would have been? No, I have no clue. It's a fucking useless skill. Just teleport, period. I mean, then what's the point of charter ships, expensive? What's the point of gnome gliders or fairy rings or any of this shit? Just teleport, forehead. Like, transportation's transportation. It would have been a free-to-play skill involving building various types of ships and navigating them to new regions. See, I don't think that the new regions would have been locked behind sailing. I think that the wording of that probably off-put almost everyone. Sailing can be done good. Sailing's just typically not done good. I don't know exactly how it would work obviously, but like, there's not a reason why it has to be in. There's not a reason why it doesn't have to be in the game. There's not a reason why either way. Artisan, however, I don't think that there's a reason why Artisan should have been scrapped. Artisan was pulled twice in 2014, 17th of July and 21st of August. There's a very easy way to give sailing a use. There's like multiple very easy ways to give sailing a use other than just transportation. Artisan I'd be fine with. I don't think it really adds much to the game, and so I don't see the point in adding it, but I also wouldn't be mad if they did. Artisan would have just had Artisan Masters telling you to go make something, and then you go make it for XP for crafting. I think that makes sense. I don't see why not. It's the same fucking thing as the construction minigame. And the same thing as going to Konar. It's literally the same thing as those two, except for it's not construction or Slayer, it's just fucking crafting. Which crafting already fucking sucks. For most skill suggestions, to me it feels like we want to add a skill, not we have this really cool thing we want in the game and this skill is here to help us do it. I think that there should be more skills, period. I think that there's not enough, personally. Yeah, this is a decent bit. Obviously, it's a decent bit. There's 23 skills here, right? There could be more, there could be less. Who the fuck cares? I don't give a damn if there's 23 or 5,000. If the skills make sense in the theme of the game, then they should be in the game. I don't give a damn how much people hate it. Just like there's fucking 40 plus gods in RuneScape's universe, yet we interact with like a total of 3 of them. I don't know if we interact with all of them, but there's like fucking 40 plus of the fuckers. There's all of the shit in the world, yet we don't interact with a lot of it, obviously. There's skills that would make thematic sense for both the time period and like relative shit around, right? I think wording would have also made sense. Artisan would have made sense. Sailing and summoning, all 4 would make sense. Were they done well? Probably not. If they had like another fucking 5 years of development before coming back to a poll, and then they showed off like in a video what the skills could do, then I think that maybe they'd be at it. But they developed sailing in a year. They developed Artisan in like not even a year. They developed wording in like less than a year. And then summoning, people just have a bad taste about it because of RS3. Apparently. Even though summoning could be done so much better. Like, warding makes sense. Why wouldn't we be able to make shit like staffs and robes and shit for magic? It makes sense. Artisan makes sense. Sailing makes sense. Summoning makes sense. It's a world of fucking magic. Sailing would make sense if we look at skills solely for flavor. I love sailing. I just think every single possible content they could add with sailing is stuff that would make the game worse. I'm not saying it would ruin the game, but even just a slightly worse game is still worse. There could be entire bosses out in the ocean with sailing. There's a lot of ways to make sailing actually have uses. Are they good ways? Maybe not. Maybe they are. I don't fucking know. I don't really have an opinion either way. But they are ways to do sailing. Some people might find them good, some people might find them shit. Who the fuck cares? I don't care. Is more content. I like more content. Is the content good? Hopefully. Is it always gonna be good? Probably fucking not. Yeah, sure, I agree with that. The bosses should not be completely locked behind a skill. No boss should be locked behind a skill, period. I shouldn't have to complete a 95 agility skill check to go fight Zulra. I shouldn't have to complete a 99 hit point skill check to go fight Obor. I shouldn't have to complete a fucking 85 prayer skill check to go fight the Alchemical Hydra. Obviously. But the thought process is this. If you have sailing leveled up, and your ship has cannons and all this other bullshit on it, and you got this high sailing skill, why not have it so that that sailing skill helps you with the boss? Like, you can fire your cannons to deal a lot more damage than you could deal with your fucking bow and arrow or your goddamn harpoon or whatever the fuck you're gonna use on the thing. It wouldn't necessarily be locked behind the skill, but the skill would open up access to the thing, as in it would let them create the thing as having more ocean available that you can actively traverse. And on top of that, being of help in those fights, and if those fights actively have items that are dropped within them that people actively want and want to grind for, then the sailing skill would be useful for it. Just to compare it to summoning, something I also don't want, I actually see a good argument for summoning. The stuff I added through summoning would be unique to summoning, and you could go way further with it than in a actual summoning skill that you can just through magic skill. Summoning, even though I'm against it for other reasons, would add actual content and new things. Yeah, so would sailing. Like, I don't really give a damn about sailing. I care a hell of a lot more for summoning. Because summoning is by far like my favorite skill in games that have magic. Sailing, in my opinion, adds nothing aside from pointless skill checks we don't actually need. Tied to potentially good content that would just be better without those skill checks. So my idea for what it means to, in this final sentence, and involved building various types of ships and navigating them to new regions. That is the very last sentence if you look at the skills section of the wiki for the proposed skills for sailing. That is the last sentence. Right? So my idea is this. What do you mean by new regions? What do you mean by navigating? Are we actively sailing there? Are we controlling the boat? Or is it a actual like fucking or is it a cutscene? Like riding the log rafts? Right? My idea for sailing would be, let's say there's an entire fucking new continent all the way down fucking here. Fucking forever away. And there's no fairy rings on it. It's a place devoid of fucking magic for some fucking reason. You can take a charter ship. You can take a gnome glider from like the peak of the tallest fucking mountain or some bullshit. And let's say that it's like the home of the vampires or some bullshit where they originated from. Something stupid. You could sail your ship there for free. You have to have a decently high level sailing to do it, or you could pay like fucking 100k to a charter ship to take you there, because it's fucking forever the fuck away. Sailing would not suddenly be OP in that sense, as the only means to get there. Yeah, you could technically climb the fucking mountain, take the gnome glider. You could take a spirit tree that you planted last time you were there. You could do a bunch of these things, right? You could take that charter ship. The charter ship's decently expensive because it's far as fuck away. It's not just right around the corner. You're not taking a charter ship from fucking Port Sarim to Karamja. You're not doing that. It's not going to cost you 30 fucking coins. It's going to cost you like 100k. It's far as fuck away. That's the whole point. You could have a entire thing over there. You wouldn't necessarily have to lock it behind your sailing skill, but there could be other things on the way there, like small islands that you can't gnome glider to. You can't fairy ring to. There's no place to plant a spirit tree. There could be new kinds of fishing opportunities while you're on your boat. There could be many, many things out in the ocean that you could do with sailing that could involve other skills, like hunting, and cooking, and fishing. There could be new Slayer monsters. Okay, let's also say this. I'm gonna bring in some BDO bullshit. Let's say that you can just board someone else's ship. You suddenly don't need to have the sailing skill yourself. Your sailing skill can be a 1, while the person actually doing the shit is a 99 in it. It could be something that they love while you absolutely hate, but there's a Slayer monster that you need to go kill, or a fucking boss out in the middle of the ocean that you want to go murder. And you want the boat so that it doesn't take you forever with a fucking crossbow or a bow or a ballista or whatever the fuck you're gonna use. Suddenly, the idea becomes, oh, now you have the people in your clan that are suddenly loving this new sailing skill, and you can just ask them, hey, I want to do this, and pay them some fucking money or something stupid to go take you out to do what you want. Now you don't need the sailing skill at all. And the more people on the boat, let's say that the cannons are actually operated by people, and if you wanted to fire the cannons as a solo person on your boat, you'd have to hire fucking NPCs and tell them when to fire, or you'd have to get other players to come and fire the cannons for you. Whatever. Doesn't matter all too much. It's all theory. But the entire idea is there could be small content, not necessarily an entire continent locked behind sailing, but little minor islands. Something around not Crash Island, but this small island right here. Something about that size with like a small dungeon that takes 5 minutes to go through the entire thing. You think cannons would be very awkward, very boring, or have a completely separate, or be completely separate from regular OSRS gameplay? I have no clue how anything would work there. The cannons are just fucking random bullshit pulled out of my ass from playing Black Desert Online. But like, sailing would not be useless in any sense of the word. There's entire swaths of the ocean on the map that have absolutely nothing in them. They could have tiny islands dotted throughout. That you cannot use magic to get to. You cannot gnome glider to. You cannot spirit tree to, because there's no place to plant the spirit tree. You can't do any of this shit to get to the small islands. You have to sail to them yourself. Well, I'm not saying sailing would replace charter boats, but it would increase. You could have charter boat and sailing specific random events as well. Let's say you're paying for your charter ship, and suddenly like, oh no, fucking something just attacks the fucking ship and you have to kill it. There you go. Or oh no, pirates are raiding the ship, you have to do something. Fuck it, I don't know. There could be random events tied to sailing and charter ships. Charter ships would probably be less likely to encounter them because, well, they're owned by the fucking kingdoms. Or big corporations of, like, people. Like, yeah. There's a lot that you can do with it that's not necessarily bad. There's a lot you can do that is bad. I don't want that. I want to just talk to the guy and be in a new place. I'm just throwing random ideas around. Ba-da-da-da-da. I just had a stupid idea. I just had a very stupid idea. With thieving and sailing, you could technically stow away. What if you could do a thieving check to like stow away on a charter ship to get away from paying for it? Like, oh, instead of paying the outrageous price of like, let's say $250,000 or like more to go all the way down to the bottom of the fucking map that's like fucking a month and a half journey by a boat, you could just stow the fuck away. Wait, what? I'm confused. Personally, the only skills that I do not like that have ever been in the game or that have ever been in the game or proposed to be in the game, the only skills that I did not like the look of is Influence. Influence was removed and replaced with Quest Points on the 10th of May 2001. I don't even know how the fuck you'd level up your Influence or anything. And Carpentry. Those are the only two skills that I think should have been removed. Because Carpentry, okay, cool. You're a carpenter. Saw me some fucking logs. Give me some planks. Like, carpentry's fucking useless. Carpentry's arguably the most useless skill that has ever been implemented and or proposed. It was removed in 2002 and then re-added to construction in 2006. Well, they can easily do lore around why shit like that is. You could have entire quests about like doing shit like, you know, planting the spirit trees or trying to get the fairy rings working again or some bullshit like that. And then it's like, oh, you go there once and now you have your fairy rings up to go all the way over there. You already can easily like implement shit like that. And I'm not saying to just increase the prices. I'm not saying to just increase the prices of the charter ships that are already in the game. I think the prices for charter ships should be dependent on the distance that they're traveling. If they're gonna travel what would be like a fucking 6-month journey by boat, the price should not be like fucking 10 coins. It should be like at least $250,000. Like, technically speaking, you could make a case for why you should split crafting into multiple different things like leatherworking, metalworking, and all this other bullshit, right? Technically it would make sense, but crafting's been in the game for fucking ever. Crafting has been in the game since the 8th of May 2001. You could technically make the case for why crafting should be split up into a bunch of different skills. Would those skills make sense? Maybe. Sure, leatherworking lets you work with all the dragon hide, bear hide, any of these fucking hides, right? Technically makes sense. Metalworking lets you fucking blah 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 so that you can make studs for your leather armor or do other bullshit like make nails or something stupid. But metalworking is already in smithing, but smithing is only really a thing that you do with fucking weapons and shit. Like, technically you can make cases for a bunch of different things. You could make the case for smithing to be split into two skills. Split it into armor and weapon smithing. Technically speaking, smithing was split into two different professions in the real world, blacksmithing and whitesmithing, which is a thing. Like, you could split a bunch of these skills up. You could combine a bunch of these skills. You could combine herb lore and farming. There's a case for combining. You could combine fucking fletching with ranged. And or crafting. The only useless skill in this game is fucking fire making. I don't care if a single dungeon has a gimmick where you have to hold a torch to be able to see something. I don't give a damn. The skill's practically useless. It's a skill to be a skill. And I'm fucking upset that we had other shit like tailoring fucking removed when fire making managed to keep its place in the game. You could technically make a case for why wood cutting and construction could be combined into a single skill. Hell, you could make a case for why strength and attack should be combined. You could also make a case for why fucking strength and mining could be combined. You could make a case for prayer and magic to be combined into a single skill. You could make a case for Slayer to be fucking removed from the game. Like, there's a lot of bullshit that you can talk about skills. You could say that runecraft and magic could be combined. You could say that runecraft and crafting could be combined as well. You could say that thieving and agility could be combined. You could say cooking and fire making could be combined into a single skill. Like, there's a bunch of bullshit. you could simplify this game down to enough skills that you could count on your fucking hands. You could also take it and split all of the skills into 100 different skills, and suddenly we have like 5,000 different skills that you gotta 99 each of them just to get a max cape. It's a bunch of bullshit that you can talk about. The thing. Fire making is a skill we don't need to have. Personally, I would have liked it if we had pyromancy as a skill, with burning logs being low level stuff and higher level unlocking fire spells combined with magic requirement, as well as using fire in weapon special attacks, and also making smelting a part of pyromancy, and move smithing into another part of crafting. But we already have it, and it's fine, I guess. Okay, I'm gonna talk more shit about skills real quick. Right here, look at this set of skills. You see this set of skills? You see this shit right here? So, you have free-to-play skills and you have member skills. Agility, herblore, thieving, construction, hunter, slayer, fletching, farming. Those are member skills. Personally, I think that fletching and agility should both be free-to-play. And I think if fire making is not to be removed, it should be a member skill, because it's completely useless outside of member. It literally does nothing outside of member. Other than, ooh, light log, make fire. Ooga booga. That's the entire thing it does. That's it. That's everything it fucking does. It's useless outside of member. Meanwhile, agility is by far the most useful skill in the game. It's not really worth playing in free-to-play because you don't have fucking agility. Which is going to be a turnoff for people that aren't paying for membership. Hi Sarah, how are you? I'm fine with thieving and herblore and all these other skills being members only. Crackhead! Fuck. Bonk. Fuck, that was loud. But yeah, some of these skills should be members, some of these should not. I am of the opinion that personally, agility and fletching should be free to play, and fire making should be just yeeted out of the fucking game. Either that or fire making be made member. That's my opinion on it. If I had my way, all skills would be free to play. But if they're in free to play, they have to have a fucking use. They can't be completely fucking useless. Do, 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 do. Yeah, a free to play is not supposed to be a trial. Not in my opinion. If free to play is supposed to be a trial, then why not just have your game be pay to play, period, and have it so that you can get a actual trial of the membership. I enjoy free to play, letting you do enough to where entire communities can be made around it, but I also think it's fine for the main goal of it just being people do Dragon Slayer 1, level a few skills and see if they want to become a member. That's what a ton of people use it for, and I think that's not a bad thing. I don't even know if I still have Pokeballs. I do. Weird. Anyway. Yeah, but I'm gonna say one thing. The only thing that needs to be said. Agility is the part of the game that would make free-to-play not painful to play. At the very minimum, free-to-play should have agility. There's no reason for it to not have agility. There's literally fucking rooftop courses in free-to-play areas that you cannot fucking do because you don't have member. Like, being forced to walk around for almost the entirety of the time that you're playing free to play is awful. It's atrocious. I hate it. Of course, it fucking escaped. It always escapes. I'm gonna level up to 69, and then that's probably gonna be the end of the stream. We'll go raid. I don't think we're gonna be able to raid Wood because Wood's currently doing other stuff. But it's lunch, and I want to go get lunch. Okay. Here's what I think. My personal opinion is that you should be able to at least get a minimal amount of experience for agility just by running. Who is streaming so that I can raid? No one! Yay. Looks like there's not going to be a raid. But, anyway. Agility is just too useful to not have, period. Because it makes the game not AIDS. Like, actually getting around in free-to-play is a pain in the ass until you either get law runes, which are a bitch to get in free-to-play because you can only get them from monsters, or it's getting a skull scepter. Those are your two options. Your two total options are to go and fucking... I already forgot what I said. I already forgot it. Whatever. I'm gonna end the stream now because I want food and I need to use the restroom. And since no one is streaming, so oh god. Sam, if you want to follow, you can follow. If you want to join the Discord, you can do that. Do whatever you want. Thank you for stopping by and talking with me. Boo.